Falo. Ok.
Teste 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Teste 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Teste 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Não sei se o meu não está um bocadinho baixo, mas a gente compensa.
Queres perguntar ali no instantinho ao Miguel se o som está bom como testar? Eu já testou? Ok.
E está confirmado que eles... Parece aqui interview.
Ok.
Microfone,
Diz-me uma coisa, Nuno, já confirmámos e eu tenho que confirmar isso com o Miguel. O som da entrevista chega aqui? A estes fones? Welcome to Santa Cruz. Welcome to the Eurosurf edition of the European Surfing Federation. We're back to Portugal after a very successful edition last year with the juniors. Now we're back with the main teams here in Santa Cruz. We're just about to start. It's another beautiful day, summer day here in Portugal. The swell is not like epic, but the forecast is pretty good for the whole week. We're going to have plus than 111 competitors on 16 teams from all over Europe. So expect a great day of competition. Today it's going to be a smaller day. We're going to start with the longboard division. Pretty much only 6 heats for the start of the day, but a lot of action throughout the whole week. Joining me right now inside on the booth for the commentary as well is Carlos Mariano. Carlos, take it away.
Thanks a lot, and there we go for another year, another Eurosurf here in Santa Cruz, integrated in this great festival of sports and music, the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. And it's so good to get the best European surfers here again in Santa Cruz for some days, a whole week basically of great surfing, great vibes. It's a sporting. It's a party of surf, of music, of youth, of sun. And right now we are with the first heat of this great event. We start things off with longboarding. I asked the production team to update the live score we have on our screens right now. Is not the longboarding, is the Surfman round 1, heat 1, not the longboarding. Okay, so if our director or our production team can please correct it, it would be nice. Thank you, guys. If not, at least we have the information right now. We're going to have in the water. Just let me check my heat sheet here. We have, of course, longboard men's.
I'm pretty sure there's a Portuguese out there. He was about to pedal
Yeah, it's
out,
Antonio Dantas.
Antonio Dantas
is
sure.
Definitely in the water with a red jersey. And I'm not sure about the identity of the other competitors. As soon as our production team corrects please guys, the table on your screens for us as well.
Yeah, Carlos, it's just first day of competition.
Yeah,
so
all these
just
glitches. These glitches are expected. It would be strange if we didn't have those. So,
anyways, pretty cool production team. It's going to be a nice week. Weather is pretty fine.
It's correct. So in your as we were saying, is Antonio Dantas with a red jersey, José Luis Berasaluce from the Basque Country, I'm sure, with the white jerseys from Spain, Blake Jones from Wales wearing the yellow jersey, and Sam Christopherson from Scotland with the black jersey. So
I'm wondering if José Luis Berasaluce, if there's any connection with Jatir Berasaluce, who is a young qualifying series warrior coming from Brazil with some Basque family, and came here to compete in the Iberian Peninsula just like over 10 years ago.
Probably, but I'm sure we're going to have the chance to verify that throughout the event.
Then we have Antonio Dantas on this one as well.
Yeah, Antonio Dantas, brother of João Dantas, a couple of brothers who have been having a huge impact on the Portuguese longboarding for some years now.
Oh, even in Europe-wise, they've been
in Europe, good. And they've also have competed in the World Tour, so they're very top-ranked surfers here in Portugal.
So we could say that Antonio is the top seed for this heat.
Definitely, I don't know the other guys, but I would say it's that theoretically, yes.
And Blake Jones coming from Wales, Wales with a pretty significant tradition on longboarding already. We have Lucas Skinner, not from Wales, but residing there, and we have pre-events on that part of the UK, around Cornwall, around Newquay. It's a part of the world with a pretty big history on longboard as well. So I'm eager to see and curious to see how it's going to perform, Blake Jones. Yeah. And then we have Sam Christopherson coming from same part of the world, cold water, Scotland, now being coached by a Portuguese.
Yes, exactly.
With João Antunes, which is the father of Afonso Antunes, who is in the Portuguese team. So João is going to be like a little bit split into two minds there.
Yeah. And a living legend of Portuguese surfing. He was, I'm sure he was one of the first European champions for Portugal. He has several national titles on his belt. So is a living legend of Portuguese surfing for sure.
And very connected with this place. João is actually from the south bank of River Tejo, but he moved here to Santa Cruz more than 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So he's very connected with this spot. And
that would be useful for the team as well, for sure. Regarding conditions, we have some pretty small surf here in Santa Cruz for today. Still very contestable conditions for longboarding as we're watching Blake Jones taking a look at this left-hander.
Yeah, just a quick walk on the board there, then
just
going back to the middle, nothing really critical, trying for a quick cheater 5 there, and now that's white, that's Luis Berasaluce, the Spaniard.
Unfortunately, not the best first wave, but the important thing on these first moments is to basically put something on the scoreboard. And that's what these surfers are doing. As we're watching Antonio Dantas taking a look at this wave, he's paddling decisively, and I think he's going to get on this one. Yep, no, not a good pick.
Just a quick look there. Priorities are not established yet.
Yep.
So
nothing to lose here.
There's Blake taking another look, but I think it's going to be Antonio definitely on this one. Take a look at the left, right, and quick fade there. Looking back, checking if there's another better one. And that was a proper hang 5, just a quick one, fast one. But all the 5 fingers were out of the nose of the board, so that looks like a...
Yeah, technically irrepressible. Yeah.
It's going to be the first real score of the heat. We're running heats to 20 minutes. I think we're going to stay 20 minutes probably throughout the first days of event, and maybe add a little bit more for the finals.
Yeah, what's established by the technical direction of this event is 20-minute heats throughout the event, and then 25-minute heats for the finals.
Yeah.
If the conditions do not change, this is basically going to be the name of the game throughout the event.
We have, I believe, 16 teams competing on this edition of the Eurosurf.
Yeah, 16 teams, 111 surfers. Huge event here in Santa Cruz. As we're watching Antonio and Blake having a look at this wave, and Blake taking it. Nice hang 5.
Yeah, Blake actually had priority over Antonio with the 3rd prior for Blake and 4th prior for Antonio. It's white on priority, Antonio on 2nd priority. He's going to take this one.
Very similar wave. Nice hang 10.
Yeah, very well done.
Yeah,
and,
he took everything he could from that wave.
Now this is already the second one of Luis Berasaluce after a quick in and out on the first one. Nice drop knee cutback.
Nice one.
So nothing really critical, but Antonio with a pretty good start already. There were 2 solid waves there. I'm really eager to see how the judges are going to score. This is the first heat of the event, so there's no reference for the judges so far. Already a 317 on the first of Antonio, so most probably between that and a 5 for his second one on the hang 10. Let's see now the replay of the Berasaluce.
Pretty nice one for Berasaluce.
A little bit of a cheater on that hang 5, a lot of weight on his back foot. But the drop knee cut back, it's going to add a few more points. So we're waiting for scores now. We're still waiting for that second one, the hang 10 of Red, of the Portuguese surfer. Also this last one of Berasaluce with that quick cheater 5 and going into a drop knee cut back. And the remaining heat, Blake and Sam, Wales and Scotland still looking for a good opportunity out there to put some numbers on the board. So far, just quick in and outs.
Yeah, and the judges are, as you were saying, are taking their time and trying to establish the goalposts, so to speak, for their criteria.
Yeah, Carlos. Normally, the judges make a point on arriving really early to the tower so they can check the free surf and already establish what's available out there.
Yeah.
But under these conditions, was pretty difficult. There was not a lot of free surfing taking place.
Yeah.
Blake Jones, once again, doesn't look like this wave
Yeah,
is going to
it's
deliver
not.
a lot. Yeah.
Doesn't have a lot of potential. And Antonio Dantas, oof, bailing out on that wave before it.
Antonio had second priority. We're still with 30 minutes 40 seconds. I believe he's going to take a while and he's going to wait also to get his score.
Yeah, he's
once
a very
situated on the heat and what's scoring more or less.
He's a very savvy competitor, very experienced, although he's very young as well. He already has a lot of experience under his belt. So there he goes for another hang 5. Nice.
Stretch 5. Quick drop re-entry. Milking this one.
Yeah.
But yeah. And out the back, Sam Christopherson, Scotland. Definitely a bigger guy.
Yeah. And José Luis.
Beautiful style there on a hang 10.
Oof, navigating the Sam Christopherson and his board over there.
So Carlos, honestly, it's the first time I see Sam surfing. Same goes for Blake Jones, and but I can see already there's a gap in generations out there.
Yeah.
And looks like Antonio is the youngest surfer on the outside.
And I would say the more experienced.
Yeah. It's probably the wave with more tradition on longboard in Portugal. Surfing Club of Portugal, the oldest club that's located on the north bank of the River Tejo, just by Lisbon. It's a nice bay with a nice right-hand point break, with some options on the other side of the bay for left as well. But they mostly surf the main peak, the right-hand point break, and it's a very close community, very dedicated to longboarding. So he's been he's part of a surfing family too. There's a lot of tradition. His older brother, like you said, competed on the world tour already, and parent, father, and uncle.
It's always a tough job for the national team to pick. If in an event like this, when you only have you can only pick one male rider and one female rider, it's always a tough job to pick between one of the Dantas brothers.
I'm pretty sure they probably had like a few hits just between each other at their own spot, just to decide that. But totally agree. Now there's a 3.33 for the second of Blake Jones from Wales, so that could work as a backup for him.
Yeah.
And we're still missing scores. What I believe it's the top 2 waves of the heat, the last 2 waves of red for Antonio Dantas, and also that hang 5 with some nice style for white for the Spaniard José Luis Berasaluce. So judges taking they have access to replays as well. That's going to work a little bit against us on the dynamic here on the webcast. Scores are going to take a while to come in.
Yeah.
But also important.
As you were saying,
5, 6, 7 for that hang 10, of Berasaluce. And now I'm really eager to see how the judges are going to compare.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting for sure.
The second of red with the second of white.
There goes Blake Jones. In and out, quick in and out for Blake Jones. Antonio Dantas. The 6. As we expected. Antonio Dantas taking advantage of experience in this very competitive intelligence, so to speak, waiting and managing the heat very well. He's waiting outside, waiting for the better waves. He knows he's leading the heat, so
he's going to be way more selective now.
Yeah, definitely.
He has the top 2 scores of the heat under his belt. 317 as a start with that quick hang 5, so very wise, like you were saying, Carlos, picking up that wave for the 6. It was the best wave so far in the whole heat, potential-wise. There he goes again. Now he's trying to improve on a 473.
Well, this one looks like it looked better than it was.
Yeah, it was kind of a mistake for Antonio. He actually had first priority and utilized that for a wave with no potential to improve.
Still, it looked good, It's going to be very difficult. It's going to be paramount. As you see, it had a nice face on it, but it's going to be of paramount importance to It always is in surfing, but in these conditions, to pick the right wave is going to be of paramount importance because it's very tricky conditions. It's not the easiest conditions to read these waves, and so it's going to be very important. It's going to make it or break it on a heat.
There's one thing that's working for them, Carlos, is that the waves are so close to the beach and the rides are so short that if you do a mistake, 15 seconds after that, you're going to be back at the line.
The paddle out is pretty fast.
So it's going to be a little bit forgiving today,
short,
but like you're saying, it's going to be major throughout the whole event.
Of course.
We're still missing scores on the last one of red. Antonio trying to improve on it 4.73. That's not going to happen.
Complementing what you were saying, especially in these kinds of events who are basically marathons, managing the energy and the effort throughout the event is fun. It's fundamental importance. As we're watching, split peak here between Antonio Dantas and Sam Christopherson. Not that good for either of them, I'm afraid.
You see right now, José Luís Barassoluci very selective with first prior sitting on the outside. He has so far the second best wave of the heat, that 5.67, and he got a 6.5.
6.5, so it makes that the best wave of the heat and puts him obviously in the lead of the heat.
So pretty solid for the top two already. José Luís, the Spaniard, on a 6.5, Antonio on a 6, then backups 5.67 for José Luís. 4.73 for Antonio. That's going to leave Blake and Sam, although there's still 7.5 minutes remaining. Right now, priority on white. It's going to be pretty hard at this stage. They're chasing, yellow. Blake is chasing a 7.4, and Sam is already chasing Carlos a 9.23 to take the top two.
I'd say this is between Antonio and José Luís at this time, as they're watching José Luís once again paddling through this right-hander. Hang 10. Another hang 10. Very well served by José Luís.
Not the most beautiful style in the world, but super effective. Technically very, very well done. Like
very proficient,
Yeah, very proficient, well done. So he's trying to improve on a 5.67. Antonio is now taking a look at this one. Now on his backhand.
Okay, hang 5.
A little bit of downtime there.
Yep. Nice.
It's pretty comparable to his backup so far with that 4.73. If he improves, I believe he'll beat by some decimals.
He's going to milk it way out into the sand. Another quick one, and that's it. The criteria for the judges for this event is basically traditional longboarding, not that progressive, only traditional. We're talking about hang 10, hang 5, a little bit of the most classic longboarding, and that's what our competitors are doing right now.
Yeah, things changed a lot, let's say the last 5 years on competitive longboarding pretty much worldwide. Most thanks to Devon Howard, who came in charge of the new World Longboard Tour. And if 5-6 years ago we're seeing guys trying to go for airs, actually on some hits, and nowadays they went back pretty much to what
the roots.
What makes the difference between this sport and the shortboard?
Of course.
And they're
back.
Makes
sense.
So they're looking still for fluidity, control, all of that, but putting a big emphasis now on traditional. The big difference is back in the day, and it was pretty subjective, they were going like 50%, 50-50, like 50 progressive longboarding, 50 traditional one, but it was very hard to translate that information to the surfers, and Carlos, even harder to use that on every single event, on every single kind of wave. It's not like you're going to do progressive longboarding on Malibu.
Of course.
And it's pretty hard to do traditional longboarding on a wave like Pipeline or Backdoor or something like that.
Definitely.
So it was pretty hard to translate that. So they just went one way. Let's keep it traditional. That's where all pretty much the longboarders like the most.
Yeah, and it makes sense because it creates a clear division between shortboard, between surfing and longboarding. So if not, you'd have a kind of a mixed bag, and you don't have you don't differentiate the two sports in it. Marketing wise, it's not it's not the most intelligent way to sell.
Yeah, it was already pretty hard, to sell a longboard if you compare with the shortboard surfing.
Yeah, it's unfair game.
So the differentiation, like you're saying, was like crucial.
Yeah.
To bring this sport to the next level. It's a solid world tour at this stage, on the World Surf League, where we are, I reminding you, we are with the European Surfing Federation on this Eurosurf. Last year we had here also the European Surfing Federation, but with the juniors. Spain coming on top of that as the winners. They have a pretty strong team. They're back this year, as you see already, with José Luís Berasaluci in the lead of this first heat of the event. And there he goes again. Quick look. Smaller wave.
I'd say at this time we're going to have, theoretically, we're going to have three strong candidates for the collective win on the end of this event. We're talking about Spain, Portugal, and Italy. Since we have a very huge absence from the powerhouse France. France chose not to come to the Eurosurf. And so it's going to be basically between Portugal, Spain, Italy. But I think maybe England has a word to say on this.
I should say so. I remember Lucas Skinner and
they have a very powerful
on the girls'
team
side as well.
Yeah, they have a very strong team as well. So they might have a word to say regarding the win on this event, or at least if we talk about the podium, the final podium.
Now, there's I'm not going to call it because it's not a second division of surfing, but it's pretty interesting to see the battles and the rivalries between the North European countries right now, who are pretty much new to this sport, apart from Germany, who's with a lot of surfers coming and living. Best example is probably Marlon Lipke, and at this stage Nicolau von Roop.
Yeah.
But they've been living in Portugal. Nicolau actually almost born there.
Camilla Kemp.
And Camilla Kemp as well. So Germany, it's a whole different deal, kind of like Italy.
And Dylan Groen. No.
Dylan Groen.
Groen.
Dylan
Yeah.
Groen.
Yeah, exactly.
He's pretty good on the airs, and there's a good contingent coming from there. But there's a pretty fun to watch. Healthy rivalry between the Scandinavian teams and the Dutch and all of that part of the world. They're trying to see who's the best team out of that.
Yeah.
So I think, Carlos, it's going to be very interesting to see you're talking about England, that makes the top four. Which one of those teams will go into the into the top five?
Yeah, who will come on top?
Yeah.
And
there's new coaches.
José Luís Berasaluci here, with a very not a typical way for him. He's been very effective and very sure of his surfing.
Antonio Dantas improved on his total with a 507. That means that now the requirements, both for Blake in third place, the Welsh and the Scottish in black, Sam Christopher, now looking for higher requirements. Sam with 1.93 a while ago dropped a little bit his requirement, but still a 914.
Yeah.
And with the 3.4, that's the best wave so far of Blake Jones, but he's still chasing a 767 with 30
as we're
seconds.
Reaching the final 30 seconds of the heat, it's basically between José Luís Berasaluci and Antonio Dantas for the win, as we've been saying from. It's been defined from the beginning of the heat, basically.
But impressive surfing by the Spaniards.
Yeah.
Top two waves of the heat, 6.5 and a 6.33, throwing away a 5.67. So good performance, especially under these conditions.
For sure.
Antonio also with a good performance, a 6 and a 5.07, and that's it. That's the end of this first heat.
That's what she wrote for this heat. With Antonio Dantas still, I think this wave is still going to count. Still going to be scored. We didn't get the start of the wave, Still, I don't think it's going to be better than his 6.
Oh, it's not going to make a difference.
Judging for his from the conclusion of the wave, I'm not sure. I'm almost positive.
It was actually after the klaxon, after the horn.
Okay.
Scores not coming in, so this one was not counting anymore for Antonio, and
It
already
wasn't
starting hit
considered,
number
yeah.
2.
With Alessandro De Martini from Italy, Doe Robroch, I'm sorry for butchering your name, Doe, I'm sure. Love Berggren from Sweden, and Charlie Rio from Channel Islands. So we're going to have another interesting heat here on our hands.
So again, we have a surfer from Italy, like we were saying before, one of the strong teams, and with some interesting tradition into longboard as well.
Yeah.
They hosted more than 10 years ago, one longboard World Tour event for the World Surf League there at in the close to Milano. Unfortunately, we didn't got a lot of waves, and that's the start of the heat.
Yeah.
And but already you could see there's some interesting level, and that tells you a lot. The waves in Italy are not that big, and especially when the swell comes in, they don't have a lot of ground swells. It's very fast coming in and fading away. But you have a lot of days with these grovelers, these small grovelers, that you can have fun, you know. So longboarding is getting really popular in Italy, and of course on the shortboard, Leonardo Fioravanti, it's doing huge things for surfing in Italy. So Alessandro De Martini from Italy, like you said, the Netherlands in this heat as well, Sweden, and then Channel Islands.
As we're watching Doe Robroch, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, Doe, with a nice start. Okay, a quick touch on the nose. Nothing too much to write home, but still, it's important to put some scores on the board as soon as possible. So it's and then start building house, so to speak.
Netherlands with some pretty rough conditions to surf. Usually, when you have a chance to catch a wave, it's pretty windy and pretty cold as well. There's some beach breaks, actually not that far away from Amsterdam, but it's pretty hard. You probably remember a couple of years ago, a few surfers losing their lives there with that situation, with that foam that comes on that very windy day, that foam that gets from the phytoplankton. And they get drowned under that, so it's pretty rough to surf on the Netherlands. You have to be very dedicated. And then Charlie Rio coming from one of the coolest places in Europe, from the Channel Islands. Yeah. Pretty cold as well.
Yeah.
So
very, very big tides.
I think some of the best tides in the world.
Yeah, extremely big tides. And Alessandro De Martini. Okay, a quick replay so we can evaluate a little bit. Okay, nice hang 5. And a little bit of a floater there. Nothing that impressive, but still a pretty good score to start things off, I guess.
Love Berggren coming from Sweden. Oh, another one of one of the countries we were talking about.
One of the emerging countries in Scandinavia, where surfing is growing exponentially. And we have this year we have Norway, we have Denmark, we have Sweden, and I think that is for the Scandinavian teams.
Anything coming from Iceland?
I don't think so. I
Not
have to check, but I don't think so.
Talking about it being cold, obviously there's some really good waves on Sweden. You just have to love surfing a lot.
You have to love it a lot, yeah. And have a very good wetsuit.
Yeah, but they have like sick waves, like proper ones. We used to have a competitor on the qualifying series also coming from Sweden. I'm trying to remember his name. Pretty cool guy who moved to the Caribbean, actually got wise, but still chases those swells. Every time he has a chance, he goes up there. I'm sorry, it's a friend of mine, and it's on the top of my tongue. I'm gonna remember his name.
Too much information sometimes.
Too much names.
Yeah. The hard drive sometimes gets overloaded. I know the feeling.
Stuff that we don't need.
I know the feeling.
So we're waiting for scores. Our judge is taking a second look at his first wave. Still waiting for his first opportunity. It's the Swedish out there in yellow. Love. Cool name.
Yeah. And regarding doing a little bit of a recent history of this event, we had let me see, Charlie Rio from Channel Islands, unfortunately wipe out. As I was saying, to recall that the reigning champion here in the Eurosurf is Italy. They won here in 2019.
Oh, that was a close final.
Yeah, it was a close final on longboarding between João Dantas, Antonio's brother, and an Italian rider whose name I'm sorry I don't remember. I remember his face perfectly. I don't remember his name. I'm sorry, guys. If you Italians are listening, I'm very sorry. But it was a huge final, very well served, epic moment there for this Eurosurfing, and pretty important for Italy, who won this event here in 2019. Then we had a forced break because of the COVID, of course. Then last year we had the juniors, and now the Eurosurf is here back in Santa Cruz for this Ocean Spirit in 2023. And it's all open, wide open, to see who will win this event, since we don't have France with us, which is always a strong candidate. So things are going to be very interesting between basically Spain, Portugal, Italy, and as I was saying, I'm betting a lot on England as well.
I think Spain is every team is putting in huge effort, but Spain got a huge accomplished last year with the juniors as becoming the winner. It's been pretty much between Portugal and France back and forward the last decade.
Yeah,
and the Spaniards, they were putting a really hard time. And
they have been investing a lot.
They fought a little bit, it's not an easy country. It's not like they have plenty of regions with their own culture and language and all of that, and sometimes it's pretty hard to put a solid team.
Yeah,
but things are changing a lot.
It's basically a lot of countries in one space.
I think we're going to win the interview.
Yep, with the winner of the last heat, and take it away.
Maybe not yet.
Okay, here we are. So let's go for the interview. With Emily Utrup, our colleague is going to, here on the webcast, she's going for the interview with the winner of the last heat of this, the first heat of the day of the longboarding. So take it away, Emily, as soon as you can.
That is correct. I'm here with Jose. Jose, that was a great heat. It looked like you got full potential out of the waves that was out there. Can you just take us through that heat?
Yeah, this heat's very good. The conditions is a little bit difficult because it's very small. And I'm stay with Antonio. Antonio is a very good surfer from Portugal. I'm stay there in first. I have good luck in this heat and I pass first. It's very good for me.
Yeah, well, that was great. And I know normally surfing is a really individual sport, but now you're here with the whole Spanish team. Can you say a few words about how the vibe is on the Spanish team?
Well, it's very good vibes because stay the team together for dinner, to breakfast, and everybody say pass good vibe before the heat, and you feel more strong. And this is very good because normally you travel alone and not have this vibe, and you stay not very strong, And now with the team is very, very good vibes.
Well, that's good to hear. Well, we're excited to see you in the next round. So good luck, go rest up, and we'll hopefully see you again tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, thanks, and back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks a lot, Emily, for this lovely interview. As we were watching on screen, Alessandro De Martini sprang a little bit of magic here on the board.
I have a chance to watch the replay of Charlie Rio from Channel Islands. A quick re-entry there, not a lot of movement on that board.
Yeah.
Now just kind of going for the hang five, but I believe he was like 1 inch short from the nose of the board. Yeah. So waiting for scores on the Italia's Alessandro De Martini. Already he has the best wave of the heat, started with 317. So he's most probably going to improve on that, and had a lead. He's only chasing a 1.29 to take first place away from Charlie. And, well, it's a lot of twos under the scoreboard right now. I think, like you said, Alessandro is making a difference out there. Now, Swedish Love
Berggren.
Berggren?
a quick touch on the nose there. And as we were saying, well, yeah, as we were easily predicting, 4:17 for Alessandro De Martini. The requisite for the lead wasn't that high, and so naturally he just jumped into the lead, and he's leading the heat right now.
So a good comparison by the judge panel, just 1 point gap, 1 point difference between his last one and his first one, and almost 1 point between the Italia's best wave and the rest of the heat.
As we're watching Charles Lee once again, going this time for a much more defined Hang 5. There on this left-hander. Quick cut back there, trying to get back into the power source of the wave.
For those of you watching longboard and that not very experienced in this sport, we are looking for, and that was a good example. Let's first watch this one of yellow, and that's going to help us probably to explain a little bit what's the difference between a maneuver well done and not. There were no turns there for yellow.
Yeah.
But going back to the last one of black, so let's watch white first. This is Dove. Surfer from the Netherlands.
Okay. Riding the nose there and coming back center of the board. Quick travel to the nose there, not that defined. And then as we're watching again, Alessandro De Martini, the leader of the heat, on this small left-hander trying to capitalize on the wave.
That's a good example of a nice well done hang 5.
Nice, yeah.
So you probably saw, if you let's see if we have a chance to watch replays. But the last one of Charles Rio in black, when he went, this for people watching at home and trying to understand what the judges are looking for or not. We're going to see a lot of walking on the boards, a lot of surfers on longboard going for the nose, those nose tricks, where you can put one foot out with the 5 fingers out. That's called a hang 5. If you do it with both your feet, that's called a hang 10. And if you can even turn around and do it with hanging your heels, and that's called a hang heel. Now, what the judges are really looking for is, first of all, if you actually reach the end of the board or not, or if you stay a couple inches short from that. And once you do it, where is your weight distribution?
Yeah.
Must be pretty much all of it on top of the nose of the board. You can tell that the last one of red, you saw that he was on top of the board, at the end of the board, and he was pretty much straight. All of the weight was centered on his legs.
And it's very important. It looks like a small detail, but you have to basically wrap your toes on the nose of the board. Not just approaching the nose. You have to your toes must be in contact with the outside. With the outside of the nose of the board.
Now, this really quick hang 5 we saw from black. If you watch his back foot, his knee was bent. That means there's a lot of weight on his back foot. That's way easier than doing just keeping all of your weight as just like on your front foot.
Yeah.
And if you're doing a hang 10 on both of them, that's what we called, when you leave a lot of weight on your back foot, you see that your front leg is way stretched.
Yeah.
That's why we call it a stretch 5, which actually doesn't come from the word stretch. Just a quick cultural funny.
Yeah.
It comes from Paul Strauch. At Sunset, used to do the exact same thing, and it's called a Strauch 5.
Ah, okay.
And then became a stretch 5.
A stretch. Oh, that's
it's
cool.
actually from Paul Strauch from the Strauch 5 at Sunset, you know.
Yeah.
It's pretty fun to do.
Yeah.
Super cool style. We feel really good doing it, but on a difficult level.
Yeah.
It's way less, I'm not going to call it easier, but way less difficult than putting all of your weight on your front foot. You're going to see a lot of that. We're going to have a lot of examples throughout the
A little bit of
competition.
interesting surf trivia by our friend here.
Now, that's the cool thing about this sport, and you always have to remember when you're talking about longboard, this is the start of it.
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
not
yeah.
actually the start was on full alliance with no fins on the
Of
cold
modern-
wooden boards.
the start of modern surfing, so to speak.
Starting of turns. This is the
Yeah.
first time we used different materials,
Yeah.
fiberglass after Second World War, and we start putting fins, thanks to Tom Blake, we start using fins on surfboards and not only going straight.
Yeah.
And then 20 years
Transitioning
after that,
from those traditional logs,
Exactly.
wooden logs.
Exactly. It's having a comeback already. There's plenty of people
Yeah.
using that.
Okay. Kind of a nostalgia movement.
It's pretty much all over, and it's good, you know, because it's a little bit more sustainable
Yeah.
that we
yeah.
do right now. Let's watch white. Dove.
Roproch. Going for touching the nose, but not quite.
So you can see there that stretch 5 from Black was 2.23
Yeah.
compared with the 3.33 we got from
As we're
Red.
watching Love Berggren, some turns, but not not going through. As we were saying, the judges are looking for the more traditional longboarding. That means traveling on the board, walking on the board. Okay, this one is a good example of not. As you can see, his toes are approaching the nose, but are not wrapping the nose, are not touching the outside of the board. So it's not as it doesn't score so high as touching the actual nose of the board.
And the knee was not on top of his foot on the egg 5. Like, watch here. There's all of the weight is on the back foot.
Yeah.
Pretty much stretching, and there you go. Again, all of the weight is on the back foot. So that makes it
It's
way
not
easier.
it's not defined.
It's still one of the things, Carlos, I believe you're going to agree with me, that kind of defies physics.
Yeah, it's
These hang fives
definitely
and the
not
hang
easy.
tens, you know?
Definitely not easy. Because if you put all that weight on front of the board, obviously the back end is going to want to lift and basically sink the nose and avoiding your progress on the wave.
Common mistake once you grab a long board and you're trying to do these hang 5s, these hang 10s, is that you want to go like slow to try it on a smaller wave. Doesn't work.
You have to have the speed. Yeah.
It has to be a steep wave, so the tail grabs, and that's how weird. There's actually a really cool documentary right now on YouTube talking about the physics of nose riding. That's what we're talking about. That's pretty interesting.
That's actually that's nerding out, definitely. Nerding out on surfing. The documentary about the physics of longboarding. That's
physics of nose riding.
Yeah, physics
More
of nose.
specific.
That's the definition of nerding out on surfing, for sure.
Which is cool, huh?
Yeah, of course. For all the surfing nerds out there.
Now a 277 on that last stretch 5, couple of stretch 5s of Black.
Yeah.
So good comparison between the mid 3s and mid 4s we get from Red right now.
Yeah.
And nice battle for second place, huh, between the Netherlands and Sweden.
Yeah. That's one of the rivalries you were talking about between those two countries. As we saw,
remaining,
as we saw,
with, the Netherlands.
Yeah, as we saw Alessandro Di Martini trying to get on that wave, unfortunately, not very successfully.
So, the Sweden is on second place on a couple of twos. The Netherlands actually has his best wave. It's the better than any of the waves of yellow of the Swedish, the 307 for the surfer from the Netherlands, but he's lacking a better backup, only chasing a 2.7 to take second place away from the Swedish. And he already scored a 307 on this hit, so he showed us already he can do it. Mm-hmm. Now, Love, the Swedish, he will be trying to improve on a 2.87. That goes together with 2.9 for easy total. He just did it,
yep.
3.323. Now the gap opened up a little bit more. Requirement for the Netherlands, it's now a 307 with 2.5 minutes remaining, and it's a white priority.
Yeah, still pretty accessible. Yeah. But regarding the conditions and what we have seen from the surfers, it's still a very obtainable score. As we're watching Love Berggren. Stretch 5 and trying to widen the gap between him and the Dutch rider. As we were watching Dove trying to answer back, and there he goes.
It's a very important wave.
Yeah, it looks good. I'm not sure what he did previously. I'm not sure if our director is going to give us access to a replay or not. Okay, there it is. Thank you.
Let's see how it starts. Chasing a 307.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Nice one. 5 and then 10. Not that defined, but still, he's looking for a 307. Let's see what our judges call it.
Now this is our hit leader.
Yeah. Look at the difference.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Completely different.
And the body posture tells you all. You see, he's very tall and composed.
Yeah.
Instead of leaving all the weight on the back.
Yeah.
So a 307 for a, let's call it a quick hang 5 into a hang 10, very quick from the Dutch. Then the re-entry, I don't think the judges are going to take a good look at that one. It was just like a quick re-entry on the white water. So that's not going to add much. Scores for the last one of white. We're still waiting for the last of yellow. Last of yellow is in.
And
so
Charlie,
it doesn't improve.
Trying to avoid going into reprecharge. And I'll take this opportunity for you guys who aren't very familiar with the format of this event. Wait a minute.
Playing safe here a little bit.
Okay. But still, he knows his requirement is not that high.
25 seconds remaining. I think that stretch was like a mistake. He should have done all he could to
gone
stay
for
at the
broke.
nose.
Yeah, gone for broke and tried.
Because I don't think that the previous one is going to be enough for a 307.
Yeah, it's going to be dicey. For sure. As I was saying, for you guys who aren't very familiar with the format of this event, this is a double elimination format. That's to say the guys who are going to be third and fourth in this heat, for instance, are not going to be out of the comp. They're going to proceed into the reprecharge rounds. And then if they lose in the reprecharge rounds, they are eliminated. If they concede, if they are able to proceed into the reprecharge rounds, they are able to go forward into even reach the finals. So there are basically two routes for the finals: the qualifying route and the reprecharge route.
Now all scores are in for white and yellow. There's one score missing for black, but I don't think that's going to be important one. But two very important scores already. Scores for yellow. So yellow is going to drops to third place. Alessandro in the leads. Waiting for scores on black, so I think we have the top two already.
Yeah.
It's going to be
between Alessandro Martini and Douwe Robrach.
Exactly. The Netherlands advancing.
Italy and Netherlands advancing into the next qualifying heat.
There's one score missing for red, but he's already on top of the heat, and one score missing for black. It's actually the best wave of the heat, the last one of red.
Yeah. And talking about what I was saying, complimenting what I was saying, Love Berggren and Charlie Rio proceed into the reprecharge rounds, where they are still alive in the event, but they won't have any more margin for errors. And right now we're going for a quick commercial before the next heat.
Santa Cruz 365 Onda de Verão. Entre junho e setembro, desfrute o litoral de Torres Vedras com atividades para toda a família. Música, desportos de ondas, feiras, exposições, cortejo etnográfico, espetáculos, cinema, festival de estátuas vivas, oficinas e 20 km de costa para descobrir.
Okay, and we're back after this small commercial break with heat number 3 of men with Noah Stender Mikkelsen, Alexander Hicke from Germany, Ben Skinner from England, a living legend of longboarding in Europe and in the world, and Tom Breen. And I'm here now with our lovely commentator, Emily. Please pronounce your surname.
Well, it's Emily Uttrup, and
yes.
It's a pleasure to be here with you. I am so excited for this event. I love these team competition. I think it's such a special vibe, with the teams all cheering for each other. As I said before in the interview, surfing is normally such an individual sport, right? And here you really see the teams coming together, so it's very nice.
And you know exactly what you're talking about because, Emily, you're a former competitor yourself. So you've been here on the other side of this. If now you're here on the backstage working as a commentator and interviewing and so on, but you were competing for Denmark some years ago.
Yes, that's correct. So I've been on the Danish team. Oh, we just have a nice wave here. A few little nose rides from Tom. All right, yeah. So yeah, I've been part of the Danish team for many years. So I've been to a few Eurosurfs before and ISA World Games and all these team competitions is amazing. There's such a good vibe and camaraderie both between the teams and within the teams, which is it's a really, really cool experience.
As we're watching one of the strongest candidates for the win here at this longboard competition, Ben Skinner, a living legend of European longboarding, starting to things off. Classy surfing by Ben Skinner,
Really
even
nice
in these
marking.
small conditions. He's not a small guy, but still. He makes these waves look like easy, you know.
Yes.
Look at the flow, the style. Classy. Nice hang five, very well defined. Yeah. And then a small touch there. And now Tom Breen from Ireland. Looking, as I was saying, Emily, we've already explained this to the viewers back home, but just to reinforce, the criteria here on this longboarding event is classical longboarding. That means a lot of walking on the board, touching the nose, not so much turns, not so much progressive surfing, but the classic stuff.
Right.
And so we're going for the interview with the winner of the last heat, the Italian, and I think it's going to be our colleague David Prescott doing the
Alessandro,
interview.
congratulations, felicitazioni. Tough conditions out there. Pretty good start of the day of the event. That's going to motivate you and the whole team. Still pretty hard to pick up the good ones out there, huh?
Yeah, I felt like I was getting the good ones, and sometimes even the smaller one go higher in the middle. So I'm pretty happy. I found some nice waves. The team is there. We are solid. Forza Italia, step by step.
Few details, good choice of equipment. You have a board that floats a lot, gives you a lot of stability out there. And then what makes the difference? And I saw you surfing those details, those hang fives, those hang tens. It's a huge difference between leaving your weight on your back foot or dropping it back. You're aware of that, the whole hit for sure. Eh?
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. So I have this board a friend of mine made, Happy Bay, and we kind of make the nose a little narrower to elevate more. And there is a little secret on the tail, which is not a lot of secret, but it helps a lot, which is the curve of the tail. It has a hull on the bottom, and then it goes up as a kick tail. So when you go on the nose and you are in the right section, the nose elevate and keeps you the good score.
There's a lot of physics involved in nose riding, and that was a really good point. You want to send a few words in Italian for everybody watching back home? There's a strong surfing community in Italia.
Yeah, please. Grazie ragazzi per averci seguito, grazie Federazione Italia di Surf, grazie Marco Gregori, grazie team, grazie anche da casa che mi seguono, la mia fidanzata Camilla, la Wolf House, e andiamo in semifinale. Forza Italia!
Grazie, felicitazioni. Back to you guys. You're welcome.
Forza Italia. I think we're going to hear this a lot throughout the event. And what a very interesting technical explanation by the Italian rider, talking a little bit about his equipment choice and the physics involving longboarding. That was a pretty interesting explanation.
Yes. And in the meantime, we had some scores dropping, and we have Ben Skinner in the front,
Yeah.
followed by Tom. And then, we have Danish Noah in third place.
Yeah. Do you know the Danish rider or?
Yeah, I know a little bit. So this should be his conditions for sure. This is could be a day in Denmark. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, as we're watching Tom Brent from Ireland. Nice one, nice style. I don't know Tom, but he looks very proficient on the board as well. It's a very interesting. The British, and I'm talking British in the whole sense. School of longboarding is pretty strong with this gentleman here, one of the if not the strongest representative of the British Islands on this on the sport. Mr. Ben Skinner, multiple titles on his bag, and he's definitely wanting to get one more here in Santa Cruz. You wouldn't mind for sure.
Now we have Danish Noah going for it.
Yep.
Quick.
Quick touch on the nose. Unfortunately. So you were saying that the surfing conditions in Denmark are pretty similar to these ones in Santa Cruz. Is it fair to say?
Well, we have we get some swell in Denmark, but a lot of the time it's also wind swell because we have the UK blocking. So if we get a north swell, we can get some ground swell, but otherwise it's mostly wind swell. So it doesn't get so big there, but we often have very good longboard conditions.
So it's a pretty nice training ground for longboarders.
Yes, for sure. We have some good longboarders. We have a lot of good stand-up paddlers there.
But still, I think this heat is going to be, for what we're watching, it's going to be a close battle between Tom Breen, and Ben Skinner, at least for now. With Tom Breen now surfing another very interesting wave. He has a 2.9 and a 3.4 as his best waves. Let's see how the judges score this one. And meanwhile, Ben Skinner is a 417 and 383, who gives him the provisional lead on this heat. So it's more of a Brit thing right now. Huh?
Yes.
It's going to be tough for your countrymen.
It is. Well, yeah, we're also missing to see some waves from
Alexandra Ike. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to butcher a lot of your names during the event. I'm apologizing in advance, but still, fortunately, we have our a cheat mode here with you, Emily, to help us help us pronounce at least the Danish names.
I'll help you with the Nordic names.
Oh, thank you. As we're watching Ben Skinner going for this one, looks like a good one. Hang 5. Potential. Yeah, it's a pretty nice wave for Ben.
Yeah, it's impressive to see how much they get out of these relatively small waves.
Yeah.
And how they can actually manage to get a few nose rides in and some turns.
Yeah, and as I was saying, Ben is not a small guy. He's a very well-built Viking kind of a Brit.
Yeah.
So it's impressive to see the lightness on his feet and the way he can capitalize on these very small waves. So it's a lot of technique, a lot of it's a very savvy surfer for sure, and his career speaks for himself. So,
did he grow up surfing in England?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. It's kind of he's basically a natural, I guess.
Yeah.
And his son, Lucas Skinner, is surfing basically the shortboard, but he's a very accomplished surfer as well. He won the junior comp last year with surfing incredibly, with incredible moves, very exciting surfing. And it was a hell of a show last year with Lucas. So it's definitely, it runs in the family, I guess.
Yeah.
The talent.
It looks like it.
The talent pool runs deep in the Skinner clan.
So I think we just got a score in from Ben Skinner. So he improved his backup score with a 4.13. So now he's taking a strong lead.
Mm-hmm. For sure. As it was expected, so it's not a surprise for anyone, because Ben is definitely one of a serious candidate to win another European title here in Santa Cruz, and so it doesn't surprise us this very strong debut of the comp here on the beach here at Santa Cruz, for sure. And the conditions still are very small, but have been improving throughout the morning.
Yeah, now we have the tide pushing, so
Yeah.
maybe we can give a little bit more push
A little bit
here.
more energy, for sure.
Yeah.
There we
Getting
go.
the peak.
The guys on the spotlight here, Tom Breen and Ben Skinner, splitting that wave, one going for right and the other going for the left. And as we're watching your Danish fellow countryman
Yes.
going for a floater there. That's it. That's not. He needs to push things a little bit harder if he wants to jump at least into second, and trying to keep things alive on the qualifying round.
Yeah. We actually in 2018, I think it was when the Euros was in Norway, Denmark actually had a bronze medal in longboarding.
Oh, cool.
So I think that was our first medal in surfing,
Yeah.
the Danish surf history.
A little bit of history there.
That was a big achievement for us.
As we're watching, Tom Breen, very competent surfer as well, going for a hang five, not as defined. I remember that I always talk about this. The toes have to wrap to have the highest score possible like that. That was a good example. Not so much here, but on the first move was better. The toes have basically they have to basically wrap the nose to be to get the highest score possible, so the judges consider it the most perfect move. In the hang 5 or the hang 10, the toes have to make contact with the nose, not just the tip of it has basically to touch the nose, the tip of the nose of the board, and not that frontal area of the board for say.
And now you're talking about this technique. In the last heat, we saw some bigger scores dropping. We saw a few 6 dropping. What was the difference there? Was they having longer hang fives?
Yeah, it's definitely what the judges are. What the judges are looking on the longboard is basically the longer you stay on the nose of the board, the longer you can define the move, the way. Like, and the rest is a little bit judging how long you can stay on the board, and how do you move, the flow, the way you touch the nose, the way you walk on the board, and the flow and the time of the move, and so on and so on, and the quality of the wave. It's a little bit like surfing, only you don't judge the turns. You judge more the way the longboarder moves on top of the board. That's the most where the money is, so to speak.
Yeah, and we see Tom from Ireland here. He's really staying busy. He caught 9 waves so far, so he's gonna.
No, it's definitely. He's definitely active. It's just a matter of capitalizing on those opportunities.
Yeah.
But as I was saying, nothing is lost, even if Noah or Alexander Heek aren't able to go into those top 2 positions. As I was saying, these are a double elimination. Look at this.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a nice one. The style, the body position, the flow. It's all. Longboarding has a lot to do with style and flow. But as I was saying, this is a double elimination format event. So we have the qualifying qualifying route, to the finals, and you have the repechage rounds, and you can still fall into the repechage. But if you still keep on winning on the repechage, you can still reach the finals. So. What you can't have is losing on the qualifying and then lose your second life, so to speak, on the repechage. If you lose on the repechage, then you're out of the comp. But still, you have that extra life if you don't win on the qualifying rounds.
Yeah. So that will be 2. Number 1 and 2 will go straight into the next round, and third and fourth will go into the repertoire.
And if they lose on the repertoire, they're out of the comp.
Yeah. Oh, we got Noah, nice little one.
Perhaps one of his best waves is not the best wave.
Yeah, I would say he would definitely improve his score here.
Yeah, but still far from what he needs to jump into second place.
Yeah.
At least into second place.
A little replay here.
Yep. Nice hang 5 there. Cut back. Going into the power source of the wave, and then a little re-entry there, but nothing that dramatic. It's not, definitely, I am not a judge, but I'd say that's not going to make a difference.
No. He might improve his backup score, but...
Yeah, but I'd say this is a British affair on this heat with Ben Skinner and Tom Breen calmly surfing into the next round of the qualifying.
Yes, we had Noah with a 2-5 tray.
Yeah. As we're watching Alexander Hiek taking a good look at this wave, it looks like, it looked better than it was. Tom Breen, quick touch on the nose, nothing.
Very quick on his feet.
Yeah, he is. He has to.
Yeah.
But still a big difference between Tom Breen and Ben Skinner. Skinner is not that agile walking on the board, but he's more calculated, it looks more secure, more it has a little bit of another kind of poise, I'd say, on the board. So it's definitely a big difference.
Noah is also staying busy.
Yeah, Danish working his heart out on this heat, but unfortunately not enough. As we were saying, the last wave for Mikkelsen was definitely his best wave at 253. Now he's waiting for this last score, and definitely not enough. So Ben Skinner and Tom Breen progressing into the next round. And we're going for a quick commercial, if I'm not mistaken.
And then we are back with the women's.
Yep.
Deixa-te ir. Go chill.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
And now we are back with the women's longboarding, the first heat here. And I am joined now with Nuno Principe.
Yeah.
Hello, Nuno.
Hello, welcome everybody. So it's my first hit. It's a pleasure to be here with you and all the team on Santa Cruz. I had the privilege to be here last year on the Eurosurf Junior. Amazing vibes, and for the second year to be here now with the main division, with the women and the men's. Amazing vibe that I was there on the beach, feeling the vibe of all the teams, all the flags. Everybody's cheering, clapping for their teammates. For the first day, which is going to be a shorter day, that you already talked about it on previous hits, I think it's going to be a good day. So we have now Raquel Bento from Portugal. She wears the red singlet, and she's the current Portuguese champion.
Yes. So yeah, we have a great heat here. We have Emily from
Wales,
and we have Raquel from Portugal, Carlotta from Spain, and Phoebe from Scotland. And I actually happen to know that Emily and Phoebe, they are also competing in the shortboard division. So they are double competitors here.
Yeah, as we see the replay of Phoebe from Scotland, just grab there that left and try to make the best of it. Yes, you are speaking about a very important point, because there's athletes that will compete on surfing and longboard division. So very skilled athletes, because it's a completely different situation of doing longboard and surfing. But they have to push for their teams, and I think it's going to be a very important situation for us to check it out. So now we see Carlotta with a very, very weak wave there, but she has a lot of time to improve on the situation. But so great vibes for the first day. So we are on the first heat of the women. We will have 2 more heats, right?
Yes.
And then we have like the highlights for the day, what we call our own post show.
And then the athletes are going into the little parade and the ceremony, where they're gonna go with the teams, showing the flags, and which is such a good experience when you're on these events, because it's all about this team spirit, and doing these parades with the flags is like a way where you meet the other teams. There's such a good camaraderie in between the teams, and you get to, when you do a few of these events, you get to know people from the other teams, and it's just, it's a really good experience. And as I said before, I've been competing in these events before from Denmark, and I feel like there's such a big respect in between the different athletes. Also, in Scandinavia, we are not as progressed in surf culture, of course, because it's a bit newer, but there's so much respect from the other athletes that we are coming to these events. So it's a really special feeling to be on this team event.
Yeah, you focus a very important point, because in a usual surfing competition, everybody is competing just for themselves, for their goals, to win the event or to get a good result. But for this, it's a double situation. They want to clinch the individual title of surfing and longboard, men's and women, and also they are pushing for their team to conquer the gold medal.
Yeah, exactly.
So everybody wants to to clinch the European title. And it's very important what you said with the parade that will happen today, later afternoon, because even though it's a competition, there's a lot of camaraderie. People are knowing themselves from other countries. And now we see here Carlotta from Spain trying a hang five. Unfortunately for her, she didn't make it, but the intention was there.
For sure, yeah.
So first, we saw Raquel Bento doing a 5.67 on her first wave. Second was a 0.3, for her to improve. Phoebe Strachan from Scotland has a 1 and 1.2. She's on second place, needing a 3.91 for first. Carlotta from Spain has a 2.07. She has a 1.0 and 1.2. Carlotta, she's now on third place. And Emily Williams, she's on fourth. She's sitting on a 1.43. So we can say that besides Raquel Bento from Portugal, her nickname is Nocas. She's from Costa de Caparica, a very well-known beach break right on the other side of the Tejo River that splits Lisbon from the south margin of Portugal. And so a 5.67 for opening is a good, it's a good start.
Score, yeah.
Huh?
And here we see Phoebe coming.
Up and riding Scottish longboarder, trying to hit there on the final section. She makes it.
Yeah, I've been competing against Phoebe and Emily a few times, and they
Really?
yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
In the Eurosurf and in some of the cold water competitions we have, and those two, they're like proper cold water surfers.
Yeah. So we saw the longboarder from Spain trying to surf that right-hander. So we are waiting for 3 scores to give you the update situation. There's surfers and longboarders that start strong and then they manage the time of the heat to try to find a good wave for the backup, and the other surfers that come from behind, as we see here in live action, Emily just falls there. There's other longboarders that come from behind and they start, to getting in the rhythm of the ocean, and then they try to make the best of it. So now it's a good time to go for the interview.
Okay, and I have with me Mr. Ben Skinner, a legend of European longboarding here in Santa Cruz. Ben, first of all, congrats on the win on the first heat. It's always the hardest one, I guess. And remind us all a little bit, refresh our memories. How many titles do you have?
Eurosurf, I think 3, and 11 European titles in total, including the ETLs and the WSL.
Yeah, so that's quite a career. So how is it surfing here this first heat? It's always, as I was saying, it's always the most tricky, especially regarding these conditions. You're not a small guy. How is it to surf this very small waves? Because it almost looked easy.
Well, to be honest, it's better than it looks out there. There's a little bit more power on this beach than say the waves at home when they're this small. So it's not as bad as it looks, but it was a tricky state of tide in my heat then. It was shifting between the low and the high tide. So it was a little bit disjointed. It was a tough heat for waves, but just glad to get through. I think this is the worst day of waves for the whole week, so looking forward to some bigger surf.
That's what forecasted. Regarding your personal ambitions on this event, I would say it's the win, for sure.
Yeah, I think this year we've got a big chance of getting higher in the team medals. That's what we're here for. But it's really nice to be back and part of the Eurosurf event.
For sure. Okay, get back to you guys on the commentators booth with Emily and Nuno. Take it away, guys.
Yes, thank you. Great to hear there from Ben. Also talking about what a strong team they have from England this year. I think it's going to be really exciting to see them. Also, see the shortboard division.
Yeah, the goal for England is to conquer the gold medal. So cool to see Ben and his son competing for Team England. As he mentioned last year, it was amazing all the performance of all the new generation from England, and so they are ready. And as we see here now, Emily on this right-hander.
Yes, and while we were on the interview, we also saw a really good wave from Raquel. Mm-hmm. We're actually waiting for lots of scores. So let's see if some of them are gonna improve their backup score, I think.
Yeah. The judges are now analyzing 3 waves. So basically there's good news, as Ben said. This is the day that has the most, the smaller waves of all the week all the forecast. So this event might run until next week Friday. So it's a long week with a lot of surfing to watch here, surfing and longboarding, and it's so cool to see the first day, the vibes, the teamwork, the expectations that they have, and of course only one can win the gold medal, but I think it's going to be a very tight fight until the end of next week. So if we have live action, a good hang five.
Wow, that's nice.
Wow. For Carlota from Spain.
Prove her score there.
Here's the answer from Phoebe from Scotland. There's some longboarders there, they were still warming up. Here we see the replay. Look, beautiful longboard moment.
Yeah, there you really see what Carlos was talking about before, how she's really wrapping her foot around that nose to hang on there.
Yeah. And this is the replay of Phoebe's wave.
All right, that's going to be exciting. We're waiting for some scores now to see if that's going to change anything. See if I think it's a battle between Charlotta and Raquel at the moment.
Yeah, Raquel started strong, and then Carlota replied with that 5.5, which is her second previous wave. We're still waiting on the score of her last wave. So, Raquel and Carlota from Portugal and Spain, respectively, are, at this moment, they are getting in the lead if you compare to Phoebe and Emily, but there's a lot of time on the clock, more than 6 minutes. So, and there's 2 more scores to enter. Let's see how the situation will come out for all the surfers. But Raquel and Carlota started strong. Let's see if they can keep that strong rhythm until the end. Because now we see a situations change. Carlota goes into the lead, 3.6, right? Yeah, 3.6 for the Spanish longboarder, and she takes the lead over Raquel.
Yes.
Very good.
Okay, and so Raquel needs she needs to improve her 3.17 to get in the lead. But as we said before, number 1 and 2 will both go to the next round, where number 3 and 4 will go into the river judge.
Yes, that's the last wave for Phoebe. It's a 2.17. It enters on her best 2, but she remains in 3rd place. Now we see live action with Emily, missing there the final section. So nobody loses today, which is great news. So this is just the opening round, so the round 1. And today is just like this, just warming up. I think it's a good first day. Everybody feel the wave, feel the rhythm of the ocean, put their feet on the wax. And then, if they make mistakes today, nobody goes home earlier. And I think from tomorrow onwards, the thing is going to get more serious.
Yeah, and we'll get some more swell. And it's going to be an exciting week ahead. We have a lot of heats to run.
Yeah.
There's 16 countries here. I think almost all countries have full teams. So.
Yeah, it was there Raquel trying to hang on a hang 5. Look, she's mad with herself because she fell. And of course, she didn't like to hear that she lost the first place of the heat. But let's see. Whoa! And Carlota, on their second last wave, she did a 6.5, which is the best wave of the heat so far. Yeah. So Carlota on the rising, she started, like I said, just getting the warm-up, and then when she did the 5.5 and then the 3.6, she went into the lead, but now she improved with the 6.5. Wow, amazing for the Spanish longboarder.
Yeah, she looks like she really got into rhythm now.
Yeah.
So Raquel will need a 6.34 to take the lead back. So let's see if she can answer or...
Yeah, so as we said, the first and the second still, have some advantage for the 3rd place and 4th, but still, Phoebe She needs a 6.44 for second place, and Emily Williams needs a 7.41. So here we see live action with the heat leader. I'm sure she's stoked to get the first place of the heat so far.
Yes. Yeah. But she's not sitting still. She's still keeping busy and.
Yeah, she's trying to improve her situation, so she wants to improve a 5.5, which is a great situation. So we have like almost less than 3 minutes right now to finish this heat. So Carlota still remains in the lead with Raquel Bento from Portugal second place, and Phoebe is in third place, and Emily is in fourth. So they're surfers and longboarders, on these final 5 minutes. They completely change the situation because they feel the pressure on their shoulders, and they see, okay, I have to do something to get out of third or fourth place. And so sometimes the heat is on one way and changes completely. So we see now the Portuguese longboarder with the bad wave choice.
Yeah, and Carlota is just keep staying busy. She's finding some nice little waves. Emily, nice little one.
Yeah, that final section sometimes very hard to hit with a longboard because you have to get some velocity to then hit that final section and then, push the board into the wave facing the beach.
Well, it's great to hear, as Ben said before, actually, there is a little bit more power in the waves than it looks like.
Yeah, but as Ben was saying on the interview, sometimes you enter on the bad high tide, or the high tide, or the mid tide, or the low tide. It all depends on the place you are surfing. But sometimes, you are a competitor. You have to face difficulties. Sometimes your heat, the waves are not turning on as you see on the heat before, so you have to keep your composure. As we see paddling, forcing these waves, it was Phoebe from Scotland. Unfortunately for her, the wave was almost breaking on sand. There we see our water patrol.
And we actually see Carlota just improved her score.
Yeah.
5.73, so she improved her backup. So yeah, she remains in the lead. But we have 20 seconds left with Raquel with first priority.
Yeah, she improved Carlota. So as long as her fellow competitors don't reach her on first place, everything is good for her. Here we see maybe last wave for Portuguese longboarder Raquel. We just watching from her body language, she's not happy with her performance, but still she's on second place until this point. We heard the horn. There's just one more wave to come, but now we go into commercial. We'll be right back.
And we're back, this time with a very special guest, the president of the European Surfing Federation, Monsieur Jean-Luc Arassus. I'm not, the pronunciation is correct? Okay.
Correct.
First of all, before starting this heat and this little chat with the president of the European Surfing Federation, just a small apology for all the Irish out there. I know I've referred to you guys as British on the former heat between the Irish and the English Ben Skinner. I know the history. I'm perfectly aware of the history and the geography and the politics of Irish and British relationships. So I'm sorry. It was an honest mistake. Didn't want to offend anyone. So on my personal behalf, I'm very sorry for the mistake, and go Ireland, go for it, Ireland.
Yes.
Monsieur le Président, Mr. President, how are you? First of all, how are you here in Portugal? I know it's not your first time, but what are your thoughts about this wonderful event here in Santa Cruz, this Eurosurf?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank the Portugal Federation and of course the town, because as you say, it's the third time we come back here, and this morning we have a very good vibes for this place, and I think it's really a very good venue for in a summer. There is not very busy, and it's really a very good venue. It's really a very good and important moment, because there is a 16 team in this competition.
Event?
Yes, in this event, and for the European Federation, a 16 team. It's really a good for the representation, and I think we are in a good way for the future.
Yeah. Meanwhile, just a little peek on this for the heat. Lots of waves exchanged between all of the surfers. We have Francesca Rubegni from Italy with the red jersey, Ann Albers from Netherlands with the white jersey, Sofia Suri from Sweden with the yellow jersey, and Arabella Tarpe from the Channel Islands with the black jersey, and lots of waves already surfed on this heat. So, Mr. President, as you were saying, it's very important for the European Surfing Federation to have 16 teams here. It's very important, especially in this moment of the history of surfing and the European Surfing Federation specifically.
Yeah.
When we're talking about a strong relationship with the Olympic movement, with the International Olympic Committee, as surfing is now definitely on the Olympic roster of sports, it's very important for the European Federation to build a healthy relationship with the Olympic Committee, with the International Olympic Committee, and trying to see if it's possible in the close future, in the future, to have surfers qualifying for the Olympics through the European Surfing Federation events. That's the goal.
Yes,
the ultimate goal.
That's the goal. Yes, the priority is to build an event that we can push in the next European game, because as you know, there is a Pan American game.
Yes.
And the Pan American can have one slot for the men, one slot for the women, directly for the next game. And we try to work for the LA game, and of course we need to build a more stronger relation with all the Olympic institutions, because we start in Tokyo, and in Paris it's the second step, and my priority is to build something for LA, for Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, yes.
In 2028.
2028, yes.
And we have the opportunity to perhaps to push surfing in the next European game. And if we do that, perhaps we can qualify directly because there is a process. Every regional game can qualify some athletes in different sports.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
But it's not only surfing; it's for all the sport,
yes.
official sport. You know, and we need to build something very strong and demonstrate in every competition in Europe that you are able to organize the best competition.
Yes,
and
possible
to go,
yeah.
You know.
Meanwhile, we're going to have a short break here on this chat with the president of the European Surfing Federation for the interview with the winner of the previous heat. So take it away, guys.
Yes, thanks, guys. I am here with Carlotta. Carlotta, that was amazing heat. You had a bit of a slow start, but then you really seemed to get back into rhythm and find that momentum. Can you just take us through that heat?
Yes, I'm very happy, and I started the heat like a little bit lost, but then it goes well. So I'm happy, and even if the waves are small, they are perfect for longboarding. So let's have fun.
Yeah, that's great. And so the Spanish team, you had 2 wins today. The men's longboard, you won the heat as well. So can you tell us a little bit about how's the vibe on the Spanish team at the moment?
I think that they are so happy and they are like so motivated for the hits that the other people of the team has tomorrow. So
great. And would you like to say a few words in Spanish for people watching at home?
Pues que muchas gracias a todos y a todas por el apoyo que me dan y por estar viendo el campeonato con nosotros y nosotras.
Well, thank you so much, Carlotta, and we're really excited to see you in the next round.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Emily, with that very nice interview with the winner of the previous heat, the Spanish longboarder. Meanwhile, we have the Dutch longboarder Anne Halbers leading the heat here with Arabella Tarpi that you're watching on the screens from Channel Islands in second, Sofia Suri from Sweden in third, and Francesca Rubegni from Italy, who is the reigning champion of this European Eurosurf, this European Championship. They are the reigning champions. They conquered that title in 2019. In fourth place, and trying to do something about it, because it's very important for Italy to start things off well here in the longboard as well. Nice wave for the Italian surfer. I remind you all you guys out there, we have here with me the president of the European Surfing Federation, Monsieur Arassus, Jean-Luc Arassus, and we're talking a little bit about this event and about the growth we are expecting to see with the European Surfing Federation regarding the Olympic movement. As you were saying, it's almost a matter of justice, of balance, since you have the Pan American Games qualifying directly for the Olympic Games. Why not the European Championship qualifying for the Olympic Games as well? So a matter of justice, I guess.
Yes, but that is a good question. But we are not in the European Olympic program. In Europe, every 4 years you have a regional Olympic competition, Olympic event, and in Europe, for the moment, we are not in the program, and we try to explain. But now it's time that we can put in the qualification process some European girl and men directly with the next European game.
Yes.
You know, it's really very difficult to build something with the last country organized the European game is Poland, and in Poland of course, the wave, you know,
There.
it's a
Yeah.
little bit difficult.
Yeah,
you know?
yes, of course.
Okay, and I would like to propose that perhaps we can delocate
Yeah.
the
Yeah, I know.
you know the competition for surfing, but it's really very difficult. And but
As they're doing with the
Yes.
French Olympic Games, because
Yeah.
the French
Yes,
French
Tahiti,
Olympic
yeah.
Games, the surfing competition is in Tahiti,
Yes.
which isn't exactly on the outskirts of Paris.
it's a little bit different because Tahiti is it's French.
I know.
And I would like to organize for the next game perhaps the event in the place where we can have waves. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
It's a matter of
priority.
outsourcing the localizing the event to a place. It's a matter of logic, I guess. If you want to have surfing,
Yeah,
for sure.
well, we need to work stronger, and I'm sure that we can have at the next time the surf in the program. I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Nice wave. Meanwhile, nice wave for Francesco
Yeah.
Rubeni. I was saying a couple of minutes ago that it would be very important for the Italians to start things off well on this event with the longboarding, with the women. In the men's competition, the Italian representative won the heat, and Francesca was in fourth place, but she jumped into first and now is leading the heat, which is more in accordance with Italian ambitions for this event. They are, of course, I recall you that they are the reigning champions here in Santa Cruz. They won here in Santa Cruz in 2019, so they are obviously pretty invested in the repeating that success this year.
Yeah.
Let's see what Spain, Portugal, and England. I think these are the strongest candidates. What they have to say, since there is no France in this event, which is obviously a shame.
Of course, because France organized the Olympic game, and
It would be
I
very
think
important, of course.
I think it's a major country, and for sure the absence of France it's not really very good for us.
Yes, for the image of the European Surfing Federation, for this event, and even for French surfing, I guess.
Of course.
But
Yes.
still, we have a very interesting representation from 16 countries here
Yes.
in the European
For
surfing.
sure, yeah.
In this Eurosurf 2023, lots of good surfing. So it is what it is, and we have.
It is what it is,
we're-
yes.
Yeah, it is what it is, and we're going to have incredible show, incredible surfing here throughout the week for sure.
I hope
As
so.
well. It's these 16, the fact that we have 16 countries represented, or 16 teams better.
16 teams,
16
yes.
teams is more exact.
Exact,
Yes. 16 teams here in this Eurosurf. It's very important for the representation of the European surfing movement, even regarding this Olympic dream of this Olympic goal. It's not a dream. I think it's much more concrete than the dream. It's
yes.
much more objective.
Sure, yeah.
It's much more approachable than the dream. Here for the European Surfing Federation to have 16 teams surfing here in Santa Cruz, it shows a lot about the strength of the European surfing movement.
Yes.
For sure.
We have 16 countries here, and at the last World Championship in Salvador, there is 17
Teams. Yes.
Well, Europe, I think it's a very big pillar of the ISA, of the International Surfing
Sure.
Association, and I hope that the next step it's we grow up, and we can demonstrate we are able to represent a very strong power in the world.
Yeah, for sure. The European,
The results and the
Yeah.
yes,
Europe is definitely one of the strongest. We have the waves, we have the surfers, we have the economy,
we have the culture,
we have the economy, the culture, whatever.
Yes.
And these are all main ingredients for a successful growth of the sport.
Yes, I hope so. Yes.
Yes. As we're watching once more again, Francisca Rubeni going for this wave. Unfortunately, not. The conditions here are pretty tricky.
Very tricky. Very tricky.
Yeah. Here, very small waves, but it's still at the level of these incredible athletes. We can see lots of good surfing, and this is the smallest day of the week. So we're going this is only going to get better from now on. So as we're watching.
The forecast is
it's
good.
Pretty good. It's pretty good. Arabella Tarpi from Channel Islands. Another of the British flags. This one really British flags here in the Eurosurfing. Sorry again for you Irish guys. And Francesca Rubeni, once again. Italy is a good example. A country that doesn't have the greatest, doesn't have the most consistent surfing as we have, for instance, in Portugal, and they've become with intelligent investment, with a nice approach. They grew themselves into European champions and one of the strongest countries in European surfing. So it's pretty interesting and an example to be followed by other countries.
For sure, and we need to have Italy in all the events, and they involve lot of money, of course, but lot of spirit in this competition.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a Latin and very
passionate.
Very passionate. Yes, exactly, definitely. And we need to have this country.
Of course.
But it's big Olympic culture, of course,
yes.
And they are on the good way with kind of countries.
Yes, of course, they're a sporting powerhouse in a lot of sports, not only surfing, of course. And so it's very important to have Italy well represented here in the Eurosurfing as well, for sure. And Francisca Rubeni is doing a very nice job on representing the country as well.
Yeah. And of course, with Spain and Portugal and Italy and not Great Britain, but England and all the countries.
All the flags
Ireland,
behind. Yes.
Ireland. It's a very, very big country.
Yes.
With a culture, surfing culture, very strong. Well, we have more power for the Olympic institution,
of course,
and for sure it's
the weight. The European surfing weight. It's something to consider by the Olympic movement for sure, by the Olympic International Committee, for sure.
And the level for the girl in the water grew up very quickly.
Yes.
If you can remember 5 years ago, I think all the level of the girl
was completely different.
Very quickly.
Completely different. Yes, they grew exponentially. Yes.
Yes.
Sometimes we had some very weak heats here on the Eurosurfing, and now this is only round one, and you're watching a completely different level in the water, for sure.
For sure, yes. And the conditions are very tricky, and I'm
still
sure
they're taking very good advantage of the waves.
Yeah.
Surfing very well.
Well,
you're watching here. And Alberts,
difficult.
Yeah, very difficult conditions, but still watching with Francisca Rubeni is already as a 4 and a 4.17, which is not much different from the kind of scores
really
we have.
Very, very important.
Yeah, it's fundamental in surfing. But this definitely was not a good example of wave choice.
Yes. In this condition, it's terrible.
Yeah. Because sometimes a wave that looks good, you drop in, and then it's not what you thought. initially. And as with 30 seconds to go, does the president of the European Surfing Federation have some final words to our?
Sorry?
Do you have some final words as we're watching the last seconds of the heat? Some final words for everyone at home that's watching the game. The Eurosurf. Do you have some final words for about the?
No, I don't know, but I am very. I'm very happy to see this level of the girl, and I think the Italian girl.
Regarding the event itself, do you think it's a very good example of the power of European surfing, and of course a very good representation of what European surfing?
Yes, I think so. Yes, of course.
For sure. Okay.
Thank you.
And that's the heat. That's what they wrote with, and now we're with Francisca Rubeni winning. This heat, a very important heat for Italy. And now I say goodbye to Monsieur le Président, Mr. Jean-Luc Arassus, and we're going for a small commercial space. Okay.
Thank you.
So welcome everybody. Now we are entering the last heat of the day. This is the first day of competition of the Eurosurf. Here live from Praia do Mirante in Santa Cruz. So up and riding we see Emily Curry from England. From red we have Nina Altenberg from Germany. Yellow we have Rubik Knox from Ireland. And on the black jersey we have Tilde Sophie Rasmussen from Denmark. So a short day of competition, but still good vibes. You know, nobody loses. Just the first round longboarding division, men and women. So we already know which of them go straight into the third round, and the ones that are on the repechage that maybe will be tomorrow. Let's see. So right now I have the pleasure to be back on the booth with my colleague David Prescott.
Thank you so much, Nuno. Watching and hearing you and watching these hits. Although it's a pretty mellow day, this first day of competition, you can see already Italy and England making it through on the top of their hits. Good performance by Skin Dog, by Ben Skinner, and after Alessandro Di Martini winning his hit for Italia on the first hit of the morning, we see now Alexandra, also from the Italian team, also on the longboard division, making it on first place. So 100% success ratio for the Italia's team. Now we have, like I said before, Skin Dog, Ben Skinner won his hit. Now we have Emily Curie from England as well, also wearing white in this hit. I should say she's probably what we usually call the top seed, the surfer with stronger results out there. I've been seeing Emily competing on the highest levels for a while now. Together with her, like you said, a surfer from Germany, Nina Altenberg, and Germany, I believe, could be one of the teams going into the top 5 this year, because we don't have the French team, like you understand. from the previous interview. So Germany is going to pretty much one of the favorites to finish on the top 5. That will be on the one of the topics of conversation. We have obviously Portugal, Spain, together with Italy and England being the favorite teams for the event. Germany is getting better and better throughout the years, so I'm really curious to see where they're going to finish overall. They have Nina Altenberg in red representing Germany, and then Ireland with Ruby Knox, another interesting surfer out there with still plenty of surfing tradition, and then the competitors coming from Scandinavia, from the North Europe. This heat we have Tilde Sophie Rasmussen representing Denmark. A quick walk on the board there for Nina Attenberg and Nuno. So far we have a 2-1-3 for Emily Curie, and that's so far the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, you point very well that analysis. Germany was third on the last edition of this event in 2019, so Italy was the champions, Portugal was the runner-up, and Germany in third, and England in fourth. So let's see. Of course, there's always surprises on this event. As we see up in writing, it goes Ruby Knox from Ireland.
Nuno, correct me if I'm wrong. On that year, on that victory of Italia, longboard division took a huge part on that victory for Italia. Yes?
Yeah. They had an amazing performance on that event. On the final day, Portugal was leading, but then Italy, with a lot of wins on surfing and longboard division, just say, hey, we want the gold medal, and then clinch for the first time on their history. So Italy, as you mentioned now, had a strong start today, just giving just a sign for all the other countries that they won the second title.
Especially on the longboard, exactly my point, Nuno. I think we're going to go with the interview with the winner of the last heat. We're talking about the Italian surfer. Let's go and talk a little bit with her.
Okay, guys, now we have with us the winner of the previous heat, Francesca Rubeni from Italy. Congratulations, Francesca. It was not an easy heat.
No, because the waves were very small, and it's difficult. And the athletes are good athletes. Yeah.
You started in fourth place, so you came from behind into the lead in lots of wave surfs, right?
Yeah, a lot of waves, and I had 2 good waves. And I stay calm for the rest of the heat.
Italy, of course, is the reigning champion here in the Eurosurf. It was very important this first heat with men's longboarding and with the women's longboarding. Did you feel some kind of pressure, some kind of extra responsibility?
Yeah, a little bit of pressure, yeah, because I have the title of 2019, but I'm very happy to be here and to compete again for the title.
And what do you think about Portugal and about Santa Cruz?
I love Portugal. I love the food. I love the people. I love everything.
So happy times here in Portugal for sure. And how are the spirits with the Italian team, and obviously what are your goals for this Eurosurf?
The Italian team is the very best team. They are very, very nice, very, very close, and the fun is the most important thing. And I hope to win again.
And Forza Italia, right?
Forza Italia.
Back to you guys, and thank you very much, Francesca.
So here it is. As we said, Italy is strong, and they want to clinch another title. They are the reigning champions. As we see now live action with Nina Altenberg from Germany. She goes for the left, but unfortunately she fell.
Good point there on Carlos. Good question to Francesca. The pressure. Because Alexander won his heat, so they're having high expectations and conditions out there. She was kind of the favorite to win on her heat. Pretty selective. She got a couple of 4s and just sit out there managing her heat, not spending a lot of energy. But for sure, feeling some pressure after the good result. Italy could get out of this first day with 100% success ratio, and Francesca was responsible for that, and she delivered.
Yeah, so always good to see, the surfers happy to be back in Santa Cruz, here in the west coast of Portugal. You see Hang 5 from the heat leader, Emily Curry from England. It was a good longboard moment. We can hear the claps from their team. Team England is also strong, as Ben Skinner already mentioned previously on his interview. So, David, making here the situation of the heat. Emily is leading, but there are still 3 scores to come.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the last one of the German, of Nina, and this last one of Emily, which I believe might be the best way of the heat so far. Emily in the lead, like you said, with the 2.5 and the 2.13. I think this one is probably going to go between the 2.5s and the 3s, but let's wait for the scores. And also waiting for the second of black. That's for the Danish, Tilde Sophie Rasmussen. Meanwhile, up and riding on her third wave is Ruby Knox. Just staying there for a long time in the middle of the boards, walking on the board, but not reaching the nose. So she's sitting so far on a couple of one-point rides. I think that's going to be under 2 points once again. There's important score to come in this last one of white, and there's Emily going for it once again. No.
Yeah, she's trying here a Hang 5. Unfortunately for her, she fell, but yeah, we are waiting on their previous score that should be very good to improve her leading. Let's see if it's what's going to happen. Still here. Well, look, situation change, a 5.17 for Tilde Sophie Rasmussen. She goes into the lead.
Yeah, that's a good surprise from the surfer from Denmark. Let's see if you can get from our director the replay of that 5.17, which will be really sick to watch that one. Best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah.
Still missing that last one of white. So, and this is Ruby Knox, the Irish. Not 100% if that Hang 5 was a proper one. Let's leave it with the judges and the replays. Judges do have access to replays. And again, we're still waiting for scores on this last one. I was kind of thinking that Emily got it under control, and we're going to see a strong fight for second place, and it was a tight battle. But that 5.17 for the Danish, good surprise. And there we go. Again, Emily. Quick re-entry. No, I think the judges on a day like today are paying really close attention to the walking on the boards.
Yeah.
And these small re-entries on these not so critical sections are not going to have a big part on the scores at the end of the...
Yeah, I agree. With these small waves, if they do like a Hang 5 and then they try to finish the wave, I think it should be a good score. Let's watch here the replay of Emily. That she now recovered the first place of the heat.
Not enough time for reaching the nose. We're still missing scores on the previous one.
Well, but let me just... we are now getting here a correction, I think, because we are mentioning the wave from Tilde Sophie Rasmussen, but now on our scoreboard, we are waiting for the update. So
yeah, you can see that at home as well on the top of your... top left corner of your screens. Now for Danish it's all in zeros.
Yeah.
So I be honest with you, if that was a 5.17 I totally missed it, and so we're gonna come back and see if that was a typo. Could be a typo between white and black. Now scores are coming in for the previous of Emily. That was an important score to be waiting for, that 4.83, and that gives Emily so far a solid lead with the 2.5 as a backup, and I don't think she's going to improve on her previous one, on that quick re-entry, and there she goes again. That was a nice Hang 5 for Emily, Nuno.
Yeah, she has such a good style there. She does things very slowly.
And the 5.17 is back on the screen. So there was definitely a 5.17 for the Danish.
Yeah.
That left her now in second place after the 4.83 of Emily Curie. So third place, Ireland in yellow. Ruby is chasing a 4.44. And the German, Nina, in fourth place, red, is chasing a 4.91. And we are, Nuno, missing scores for all the 4 competitors.
Yeah, amazing work with the judges now, taking their time to watch the replays before, releasing the last scores of each longboarder. But we have a hit in our hands. It's very tight. Emily started strong. Then we watched the response of Tilde Sophie Rasmussen, now on second place. But let's see when the four scores come, one from each longboarder, which is the situation of the heat.
No, correct me if I'm wrong. 517 so far, the highest single score wave for the ladies on the longboard. I believe so. On the last heat, the Italian Francesco won with a couple of fours. And now I put you on the spot, Nuno, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my friend. But I was out.
We had a 6.5 for Carlota Jarugui from Spain.
Okay. Good performance for Spain as well.
Yeah.
With the Jatir Berasalusi. Sorry, not Jatir. Jatir is the young Basque on shortboard. With Berasalusi winning his heat as well on the longboard. And then on the ladies' side was also a Spaniard, the winner on her heat. So Spain also with 100% success ratio so far. Good on the Latin teams, Italy and Spain. We're still missing scores here, although I believe it's going to be pretty hard to take Tilde and Emily from the top two.
Yeah, the last one from Nina Altenberg is a 1.57. It enters on her best two, but still she's on fourth place. Here she goes again.
On her backhand. And again, not reaching that nose on that quick walking on the board. You have to think really fast. I was thinking about Emily's Curie wave. I think that was the 1.3, just the previous one, when she didn't have enough room, enough time to go all the way to the nose.
Well, there's Hang 5 in the limit. Ruby Knox, very well for the Irish longboarder. Here's the answer, live action from the heat leader, Emily Curie.
Getting kind of a nice mix there.
Yeah, because one of the judging criteria is the variety of the maneuvers.
Exactly.
So here we watch the replay. Hang 5, quick goes into the center of the board, quick goes into the back of the board. Nice board walking, huh?
Yeah. And she's now wishing she did like a drop knee on that switch drop knee cut back on that second turn. That had like a potential for a solid score after the Hang 5 was a proper one.
Yeah.
Fast one, but well done. Reaching the nose of the board and staying there for like a second, but well done. And we're still missing those four scores. Judges with their hands full right now on replays and comparisons. It's going to take a while. Red taking a look, Nina. We're down to the last 4 minutes. And she had priority, so that's a mistake, because you can see already yellow arriving the lineup. So probably a priority change now for yellow, that confirmed. And red goes down to the end of the list on priority. So mistake there by Nina Attenberg. All scores are in for black, for Tilt, still on that 517 and 1.13. So requirement for Ruby Knox in third place, and all scores are in for the Irish as well. With the last one scoring a 2.5, stays at 3.81. And Nina in fourth place, the German, in red, chasing a 4.74. But keep in mind, Nuno, that second place has a very low backup to improve on, just on 1.13.
Yeah, live action here from Emily Curie now on her backhand. Hang 5, a couple of seconds there. We hear the cheers from England team there. Well, nice moment again from Emily. She's been consistent on this hit. And she wants to put the ice on the cake on these last waves.
There goes the German girl, Nina Attenberg. And she stays a lot in the middle of the board, and she could barely touch with the point of her fingers the nose of the board, but still like 3 inches away from the nose tip.
Yeah.
And looked like a little bit of a ballerina trying to reach there, but she was a good couple of inches still away from the nose. So the judges are going to disregard that. That's going to be considered an incomplete maneuver. That's not going to change the situation. We're still missing scores on Emily. On that last really nice long Hang 5 of Emily Curie. And now waiting for this one of Nina, but I believe Nina is going to stay in fourth place. Now Tilte has to watch out, There's 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. Requirement for Rubinox is a 3.81. Tilt has by far the best way of the heat at 5.17, but like I said before, only a 1.13 as a backup.
Yeah.
And the priority is with the girl from Ireland.
Yeah, you have some hits. You don't have like big scores, but it's very interesting to watch because all the longboarders are giving some good longboard moments. And as you mentioned, this situation might change on this last minute.
Yeah, priority is with yellow. Second priority with black. So that's the inverted order of the current heat situation.
Yeah.
And there goes yellow. With 1 minute remaining, she has to do something. Barely touching the nose there, and then losing balance. Chasing 3.81, I'm going to say it straight away, leaving with the judges. But we are hired because we kind of know something about this game as well. That's not going to be even close to a 3.81.
As we see that Emily Curry on her last wave 4.87, and still there's one score to drop. So Emily is improving on her situation.
So that 4.87 is for that proper hang 5 on the left?
On a couple of seconds, yes.
And Tilt still sitting on a backup of 1.13. Now let's see. Ruby needs to improve at least on a 2.47 to diminish the gap, the requirement to reach second place. But there's only 10 seconds remaining, so I believe it's all about that last one of yellow. I don't think comparing it's going to be enough for 3.81, but we don't have our comments are only comments. We're not taking decisions here, so let's wait for that score. But I believe it will be England first, Denmark in second place.
So there's scores to drop for all 4 athletes. We're going to wait. So
scores are all in for black, for Tilte, so she did not improve on a 1.13, meaning requirement for Ruby was still at a 3.81. We're missing scores on that last one of the surfer from Ireland. Also missing scores on Nina Attenberg, but I think she's going to stay in 4th place. And Emily's safe. We're just missing scores for yellow and red, and I believe worst comes to worst, Emily will finish in 2nd place. But I'm pretty sure Ruby Nossi not going to take the lead. And scores are in for Ruby. Nuno.
3.33 and 1.17. So now we go into commercials, and we'll be right back. So stay tuned.
Santa Cruz 365 Onda de Verão. Entre junho e setembro, desfrute o litoral de Torres Vedras com atividades para toda a família. Música, desportos de ondas, feiras, exposições, cortejo etnográfico, espetáculos, cinema, festival de estátuas vivas, oficinas e 20 km de costa para descobrir.
So we are back, seeing this amazing view of the English team there. We're waving the flags. Amazing vibe that we see while all the teamwork. It's here live on Santa Cruz, west coast of Portugal. And David, we have news from the heat situation.
All scores are in. A 3.33, the last one for Ruby Knox. She was chasing a 3.8, so that's half a point short of what she's chasing for. Emily winning the heat, and we have 3 teams that had a 100% success ratio on this longboard division this morning. Italia, like we said, both winning the heat. Not only advancing, I mean like teams who got first on the. It's Spain, Italia, and England with winners on their division, 100% success ratio. So that's not a surprise. Portugal doing really good as well too. So the surprise, I think, so far, and I was really eager to see the replay of that 517 of the Danish longboarder from the previous heat, and I think, Nuno, that's the biggest surprise so far. But we have a chance to talk with Emily tomorrow morning. This was the last heat of the day. We're still going to be joined by Emily, who's going to interview the winner of the previous heat and say goodbye to everybody and finish the day and wrap up the day. But Emily is coming from Denmark, from Klitmøller, what we call the Cold Hawaii, and I'm pretty sure she knows some of the Danish surfers as well. So I'm eager to talk a little bit with Emily about where this girl practice, because there's some waves in Denmark, Nuno, but you have to be very eager to surf there. One thing is for sure, you talk with a Danish surfer and use the word ground swell, they don't even know what that is. There's not enough ocean there to have ground swells, only wind swells pretty much. Now, Nuno, talking about tomorrow morning, I think we have already some info regarding the first call.
Yeah, thanks to the organization that just gives us the information. We're going to have a call at 8:30 with a possible start at 8:45. Let's go into the interview.
Yeah, we're going to say our goodbyes and pass it back to Emily.
Yes, thanks, guys. I am here with Emily. Emily, you just won the heat here. How is it to be back here at Eurosurf?
Yeah, it's really good. Haven't been here since 2019. So it's great to be here. Great to be back in Portugal, in Santa Cruz, enjoying the pastries, enjoying the sunshine, the warm weather. Yeah, it's lush.
And it was an exciting heat. There was a little bit back and forth, but it looked like in the end you really got the momentum and you got a few nice scores. Can you just take us through the heat and what you're feeling out there?
Yeah, so I wanted to start my heat, get a couple of waves early, kind of really build into my heat. And then once I got a few waves, I got a bit more comfortable. And then I was really looking for those kind of bigger scores. So just trying to get those better waves, trying to lock in a good nose ride at the start, and then kind of just finish my wave with a turn. So yeah, I managed to build it up, got a bit of momentum going, and yeah, finished well.
Well done. So 2 wins for Team England today. How's the vibe on the English team?
Yeah, we're all really stoked. Ben, he shapes my surfboards as well. So it's like great to be riding his boards and kind of get his knowledge with like the waves and everything. He's such a seasoned competitor. And our whole team are absolutely frothing for the wins. So yeah, it's really good kind of going into the next few days. Everyone's hyped, everyone's ready, and yeah, looking forward to it.
So what is the goal for Team England in this competition?
To win, yeah. In 2019, I think we got the copper medal, so we came 4th. We've got a really strong team coming into this, so I think, yeah, we can definitely do it. So let's get a few good heats underway, get some surfers in the finals, and let's see if we can come away with the win.
Well done, and congratulations on a great heat, and now go have a good rest, and we're excited to see you in the next round.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And guys, that's it for today, but we're back tomorrow morning, so tune back in tomorrow morning in the morning, and we'll be ready for more action for you. Thank you.
Santa Cruz é difícil explicar, por palavras é muito difícil explicar.
Aqui o mar é muito idêntico à Nazaré, a localização geográfica é muito propícia a receber fortes ondulações. Quando há ondas em Santa Cruz, não há ondas em lado nenhum.
O que eu gosto destas praias é o espaço. Tu olhas à frente e só vejas praia, 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 sem início nem fim.
Relacionado com este troféu, o que é este troféu? Este troféu simboliza o ancião. O ancião porquê? Eu fui o primeiro surfista aqui em Santa Cruz. passou do tempo dos filhos, passaram a ser pais e agora são avós e voltam cá sempre para dar banho aqui às crianças nesses lagos que são excepcionais para isso.
É também o facto que elas são muito limpos, que há menos e menos lugares destas no mundo.
É uma terra muito rica e também com gente que é bastante conhecedora do produto. Sabem de certeza o que é peixe, sabem de certeza o que é marisco, estão muito habituadas a lidar com esses produtos e, portanto, é uma terra fácil de trabalhar nesse aspecto.
Nos últimos 3, 4 anos tem acontecido aqui uma prova muito importante, que é um WKS 3000 da WSL, ligado exclusivamente à parte do surf, mas também se realiza todos os anos o Campeonato Nacional de Bodyboard aqui, o Internacional de Skimboard, assim como o Nacional.
O Ocean Spirit, que este ano acolhemos o Eurosurf, o ano passado com o Euro Júnior, o Ocean Spirit já teve várias provas internacionais.
Surf 365 dias quase por ano aqui.
Um dos momentos mais marcantes da minha vida foi sem dúvida o recorde do Guinness, com a onda surfada com o Rodrigo Costa, que eu puxei, uma onda de 80 pés, 24,38 metros, e que realmente muito se deve aqui à minha terra e onde eu vivo. Eu, da minha parte, sou muito afortunado em poder acordar e ter a inspiração, o mar ao pé de mim, ter natureza, ter terra, tudo aqui nesta terra linda.
Há muitas pessoas que não conhecem Santa Cruz, mas eu faço daqui um apelo, venham a Santa Cruz para conhecer esta maravilhosa praia. Eu tive a sorte de ter aqui nascido. Eu não me vejo a morar em mais lado nenhum.
Para mim aqui tudo é construído por cima de amor. Amor por pessoa, por um sítio em si, por o que eu faço aqui. Por isso, sim, para mim é a minha casa.